American EPL Relegation tournament here for North America, as I believe I already just said. This is for the upcoming season, Season 6. We are currently awaiting the start of Ghost Gaming versus the Foundation. Unfortunately, however, it appears as though the Foundation had a little bit of trouble getting their players into the server in time for map number 1, so they have forfeited that map, and it is currently 1-0 to Ghost Gaming. Keep in mind, again, no actual game was played. They didn't have their players, so they immediately forfeited that map. We are trying to get ready for map number 2, but once again, if the players do not reconnect in time, we could end up in that same situation. So that's where we're at right now. We once again do apologize for the delay in getting things started here today, but as soon as we either have the full result, if we do have to see the Foundation fully forfeiting, or if we get started in this map, we're going to be coming right back to you with that. But while we are waiting for that, once again, we're going to keep the music up, and you guys either get a nice look at the display screen there, or you'll be able to watch the players warming up. But once again, the Foundation has forfeited map number 1. They are currently trying to get their players in time for map number 2, and if they don't, then they may just end up forfeiting the whole set. Stick with us, and we'll be back with the action as soon as it does begin. All right, guys. It does look like that the Foundation has also forfeited the second map. If you weren't here a few minutes ago, you may not have heard it. They did end up forfeiting the first map as they were not able to field themselves a fifth player in time, and it appears that issue is following through onto the second map. We did give them additional time to try and get that fifth player in. However, it does not appear as though they were able to accomplish that. So with that said, the Foundation are forfeiting this set 0-2, and they will be eliminated from the running to get themselves back into Pro League. Ghost will move on by default, and they are going to face off against the loser of our next match, which is going to be between Rush as well as... I'm blanking really hard right now. Rush and Enigma6, excuse me. So it's going to be Rush versus Enigma6 for our first Pro League slot, and then the loser of that will get to play one more best of 3 against Ghost for the second slot. Now, the next match is going to be on a little bit of a delay here. We are still going based off the start time that was set earlier today, so it's going to be about an hour and a half to the start of the next one. If that does change, we'll notify you guys on social media, but for right now, we're looking to start at around 6 o'clock Pacific time. Stick with us, and we'll be back then with more here from the North American Relegation Tournament for the ESL Pro League. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back now here to the ESL Pro League North American relegation event. If you weren't here earlier, you may have noticed that we did have a bit of a delay getting live today, and that was because our first match, which was between the Foundation and Ghost Gaming, did lead to a forfeiture. The Foundation dropped both of their maps in the forfeit, so that means that Ghost Gaming were able to push through. So they're now, tomorrow, going to face off against the loser of this match, which is going to be between Rush and Enigma6. Joining me here today, once again, I have Bach. Bach, how you doing today?
I'd be doing a lot better if we didn't just blow like a whole hour waiting for this second match to start. But I mean, I guess Ghost Gaming is thrilled. They were just getting a free pass. I mean, I still had that game painted as what was probably going to be a 2-0 for Ghost anyway. But regardless, it looks like we're going to go live here between Enigma6 and Rush. A reminder, Rush was a team that qualified from Premier in the previous season, defeating Splice to make it into the Pro League. They struggled all season long. That's why they're here today. Then Enigma6, they finished second at the end of playoffs for Pro League, just missing the auto qualification spot after losing to Splice in the grand finals. So that's why these two teams have matched up against one another, and the winner of this one will be qualifying for ESL Pro League. The loser will have one more match to play against Ghost Gaming for that second spot.
But that does mean one of our already two incumbent Pro League teams has been eliminated, so only one can possibly make it back in, and Rush is that team that has an opportunity to push in right here, right now. They can clutch this best of three. So let's get started into it. Our first map is going to be here on Mirage with Enigma6 starting on the T side and Rush jumping over onto the CT side. Let's take a look now at the pistol round. Things have begun with Enigma6 splitting their players up. For a bit of just a 3-1-1 it would appear across the map to open things in the pistol.
I mean, we watched them play Mirage last night against Foundation, and they looked really good, and this is one of their better maps, but we'll see if Rush is going to be able to beat them to the punch and take that first map. There's Vice getting the early kill onto Akis. Toy responds almost immediately as the aggression had a tag team duo in the apartments. Toy's actually going to pick off Shinobi, not even sure if that was his intended target, as Whitmer was closer, and it may have just sailed over his shoulder. Meanwhile, A2Z still lurking on this A bomb site, means that there is potential here for Enigma6 to fall back, depending on what happens, but right now, they're just going to slow things down. It's a 3-on-3, and they've pulled that A player off. Blade second-guessing things and goes back towards this A site, which it appears the bomb could be heading towards, as we've already got Wrath moving up into the connector.
Whitmer is going to end up sneaking back down underneath the underpass, though, and group up with Wrath, where you still have A2Z positioned inside a Palace, and he's currently not able to really spot all that much around jungle, so they're going to assume the site's relatively open. Obviously, there's still a couple of hot spots that they'll have to check for, but Blade sitting behind Ticket is going to be the current, at least, only one that he have to go up against. And the timing with the way this is working out, Blade is going to sneak away, not be checked upon by the first peak. So we could kind of go unexpected here and possibly multi-frag. Blade holding off, spots the bomb plant, but really missed his cue to get this kill. He's able to find it through the box, but not going to get much damage done. So Enigma6 do get it down without losing any additional players.
So Blade now is going to wait for the team to arrive, as he does have a kit, so there is retake potential right now. Wrath in connector playing on this box. This is a pretty good position, but unfortunately for him, Silent actually leapt up. Oh, maybe not. It looked like Silent was going to go into the window. Wrath changes positions, and it works out for the better, as now he's got a place to hide behind, and he ends up getting 2 kills on the hold, as does Wrath, or as does Whitmer in the round. 2 apiece for both of them, so it will be Enigma6 taking the pistol, which is exactly what they did last night against the Foundation, and then they did like 9 rounds in a row or something like that as well. So not off to a great start for Rush.
Yeah, now a nearly flawless hold from Enigma6 there once they actually got into the site, so well done from them. Rush isn't even really going to try to buy into the second round now. They have relatively light investments. Few players going for like $500 pistols or P250s, but that's going to be really about it here. So as long as E6 don't get over aggressive or just play this too haphazardly, they should have a pretty easy path to walk through and get themselves that second round. That does leave questions about what exactly Rush are going to do for the third round, but we'll see that in a few moments, as now E6 on their way out, trying to take control of the site. It was okay at the start. Problem is they do allow Blade to sneak through with 1 kill. That'll be corrected, however, now by Shinobi, but again. Toy and now Ruru sneaking in for 2 more as well. They've got the man advantage to play off of, but they still only have 1 avenue of entry to get back into this site, and they're going to give Wrath and Whitmer a good 5 to 10 seconds to set themselves up in a post play.
They also don't have a kit, and they have no armor either, so once the bullets start connecting, Aim Punch is going to take over. Whitmer has a hard time coming up with it. Now it's up to Wrath. He's got him a bit lined up in front of him, and there you go. There's the AK just chewing through the armorless opponents. Akis, he's going to try and stick the bomb, but good luck. Akis does swing out wide, and he manages to pick up the 1v1 against Wrath. Does he have the time? I can't hear the defuse here. I believe he's got it. Yeah, he does. So it will be a round for Rush, as Enigma6 just gets stumped there. So after a flawless hold in that first round, after getting the bomb down and preventing Rush from doing much of anything on the retake, Rush beats them with just pistols and a few salvaged UMPs.
Yeah, so I talked about how Enigma6 needed to watch themselves, make sure they don't make any big mistakes on going into the site, and well, that's exactly what happened. So they end up dropping that second round, bringing E6 onto this next buy here, where they are going to try to force into it to the best of their abilities. And thankfully, that's not too bad. 3 AKs, 2 upgraded pistols. Now, those 2 upgraded pistols are not going to have armor behind them, so most, if not all of the assets for these players have gone into Wrath, Vice, and Whitmer, but they can still hold on quite well and may be able to pull off the trade here and bring them back into control, at least for the time being, when Rush will get another chance at it.
Shinobi causes a bit of a utility dump in the B site. He was just pushed up in B apartments with the CC-75, and he baited out both a nade and a molly. Vice is going to push right past the smoke, just walks into the site, and Blade gets caught looking the opposite direction. The molly towards CT is actually off the mark, and meanwhile, Silent and Toy have both combined for kills each. It's down to a 3-on-3, but the action continues on this A bomb site, and it seems to be going the way of Enigma6, as Wrath is going to cut Ruru out of this equation. So it's Akis and Toy left defending here, and Akis is still back by CT with Vice very low on HP. He's been spotted by A2Z, but A2Z only has a Tech 9 to work with, so they still really haven't secured the site. But with that move, Akis gives up more map control than probably Rush wanted to surrender. So now A2Z's got a free plant, and it's going to be Toy trying to retake here. He does have a kit, and he's got a little bit of utility to work with as well.
Now, though, Toy still trying to look for an actual path to get back into this site. Speaks into Wrath, but Wrath will very easily shut him down with the AK in hand. Finds that instant headshot, and Enigma6 do indeed follow through, trading the round back. So their forces now worked, and we get to see if Rush will try to bite into this and continue this chaos, as we have no clear leader yet in this match.
Well, I mean, does Rush really need to spend any money? Obviously, the pistols worked out great for them before, so why spend too much of anything? Just go back to pistols again, see what kind of success you can find, and balance out your checkbook just a bit better. And that does seem to be the answer here for Rush. Ruru tries to get away as the molly is burning away at him, but can't escape Vice and Wrath, who combo for it in mid. Meanwhile, though, they've picked up another kill, and it's going to be Blade who gets the action started for the CT side yet again here with the pistol. And another one! So kills starting to pile up. This round is proving to be quite expensive for Enigma6. Vice from range, picking off the players in connector, and this is what we saw from Vice last night as well. Just absolutely fantastic performance from him. Toy's the only one left alive here, and he's only got a USP to work with. Should be an easy kill and a round for Enigma6.
Yeah, so with that, Enigma6 indeed are going to be able to take good control here. Rush, I'm sure, won't be too upset about the ability that they were at least able to pick up, 1 or 2 kills here. But I'm imagining if they were hoping for a little bit more. Now that with that save, I'm imagining they'll be able to get into the buy right here, and indeed they shall. So they're going to be able to buy up fully into this round. Some of their guys are going to be a little bit limited, like you can see with Ruru having to downgrade to a UMP, but they will be able to get full rifles if they so desire.
So we'll see what it is that's going to happen here as we have umps in play for both sides. Ruru and Silent. And across from them, it's Shinobi and Whitmer. Obviously feeling the prowess of that SMG. Put that in quotes, SMG, because it doesn't feel like it sometimes. Ruru trying to get aggressive on catwalk, takes a little bit of damage here. He's going to heave a molly out, but it's actually off the mark from where he intended it to be. He's trying to flush the player out from the chair position. Wrath's at the bottom of connector. The flash comes through, and a deep smoke as well. You got to watch out for that one. So Wrath's going to back off just a bit. It gives Silent some room here. Not wanting to take the fight too early on. Repositions back by the chair. No clear direction decided upon by Enigma6 this early on in the round, as the bomb is still sitting back in T-spawn. We do see someone swinging over to pick it up. It looks like it's going to be an A-split with both Wrath and Vice working in from connector, and the rest of the players moving in from both Palace and Ramp.
Yeah, E6 look like they are just kind of hanging on right now, hunting for kills, and thankfully they'll be able to find one, so their wait will have worked out, at least for the time being. Still need to move in and take site control, however, and with time getting as low as it is, moving into a site where you still have a constant 3-man stack is going to hurt a bit, but thankfully they traded out well enough. Moving in, only one CT remaining to defend this site currently, and it is going to be silent. He has flanks moving against him over from Vice, but that's not even going to be needed as Whitmer handles the situation just head on. Now just Ruru alone in the 1v3. He is looking for the trade against Vice here from mid. Also trying to pay attention to more of the site. He did miss a free opportunity to take down Whitmer seconds ago, but thankfully makes up for it with the elimination of Vice. That may be where this story ends, however. We'll see in a second, but he still is going to decide to commit to this with the odds stacked against him, but at the very least, seems like he is trying to push back players that are over here towards the ramp. Should have heard those gunshots, so he's going to know where the second player is sort of hiding at it, but he really wants to pursue this ramp kill first off. Moving into it, just takes on A2Z. And he's going to be plenty ready for that. Ruru wasn't even trying to be sneaky about that play. So E6 once again shut it down. And now have a consistent 4-1 advantage.
So it should be a breaking point to a certain degree here for Rush. It's back down to pistols unless they try to get cheeky with the UMPs yet again. But they've been finding really good success in just the pure pistol rounds, like not having to even put armor behind it to get a few kills and cause some economic depression on the side of Enigma6, which has been kind of important because it puts Rush in a position where if all they can do is pick up a round or two, they'd be back in this game to a certain degree. But they've given up a lot of control, and as we can see, Enigma6 is just storming into this B bomb site to get that bomb planted. Within just a few seconds of the round starting, they've already piled up the kills. Akis is alone. He's got a P250, and he's in mid. Again, they do get a few frags here on the CT side, as both Shinobi and Whitmer have been eliminated. See if Akis is going to be able to find one more on that P250 as he's got Wrath moving towards the murder hole. And, oh, maybe not. Should have been an easy kill, but Aim Punch takes over. And this is sort of what we saw from Enigma6 last night. You know, just a dominant T side. The CTs took a long time to get back into the game.
E6 are looking ready for Pro League if they can continue this up their playstyle like this one here now. We're just going to have to hope that they can keep that momentum going into the second half, as that is where things tended to slow down by a tad yesterday. Rush getting themselves into another big buy, though. Silent has himself the op along with full M4 coverage for the rest of the team. So we'll see if E6 can once more keep it going. Now they do have to deal with a fully equipped arsenal, and it's no longer just these odd scrap buys coming in, missing either utility or having to downgrade either down to like umps or something like that, or even FAMASs.
Strong grouping. Like you see this in mid, there was so much presence here from the CT side.
Again, Rush is actually doing a really good job at actually reading out these plays too. So once again, they find themselves in good positioning, but come out slightly short on that initial duel. So 5v4 early on to E6, giving them a tad more room to work with here. But still decent setup for Rush, depending on how E6 want to send their players around, as they do now have that full mid control. So the entire playbook is open to them. And it's looking like they're going to try to move over towards Cat. So Ruru, now it's his time to impact. Toy as well stops the apartments push. And there we go. There's where the setup comes to light. He does get caught tossing out of smoke. So Ruru's going to find himself on the ground now, evening us out into a 3v3 and leaving a whole lot of pressure on Toy if E6 still follow through with his B play. And it looks like they are.
Yeah, I mean, they're still in position to take this one. They've got the bomb on catwalk. They're really waiting for A2Z to clear out the stairs, which he has. A2Z's got to get into position here to help these guys clear this site. He's just taking too much time. Gingerly walking about in apartments, finally decides to speed things up just a bit. But there's Wrath with a beautiful headshot on the Toy. They had an inkling as to where he was playing. The bomb will now be planted. It's going to be a 2 versus 3 retake. Silent's already here, but Blade is way across the map, and at that point, it's a save, in my opinion. Silent's just going to hold for an exit. He's got no support from Blade. They don't have a kit. It's not like he can really help him here, and now the call's been made as well for Silent. He doesn't even want to stick around with this op and risk losing it. So a good take from E6. They started to get a little bit shaky there with that player in the B site. Toy had a lot of time to kind of play mind games and reposition, but he never moved. He just held that same spot, that static angle peeking into apartments, because he didn't really know what was going on with the rest of the team, and he knew he had players on catwalk. So ultimately, Toy just couldn't really do much of anything, and it was a matter of time before somebody sniffed him out. Tries to peek Cat, doesn't work out. It's a 6th round for Enigma6, and it's been a string of rounds for them as well. The only round that we got from Rush was, you know, an Ego that came right after the pistol.
Yeah, E6, or excuse me, Rush is now on full losing bonus as well after that last loss there. So they are going to be stacking up max cash. But even with that, this round's not looking super appetizing for a buy for them. It's looking like they'll be able to scrounge together a few extra rifles here, bringing them up to 4 overall. And Silent even manages to get it up. But Akis is still way down on a 5-7. This will be a little bit risky if they once again fall. Due to Enigma6's really good control and timing, which was really the only thing I think that saved them on the last round there. The setup from Rush initially was great, and once again, they're going to be in great positioning here to find themselves a few early kills as Silent picks up Whitmer, but Enigma6 didn't really seem too afraid to kind of slow things down and allow Rush to reset, and that's, I think, what allowed them to get into the B-site much easier towards the end of that last round.
Got Ruru in mid window here, trapped behind this smoke. He did decent work on Cat last round in the ladder room, just got caught with a flash out. They're going to start clearing that position after they saw him there once. Smokes are down, as are Molly's. Your Toy right around the corner from Wrath, and it's a quick kill for him, and Vice executes Ruru as well. So it's now Akis and Blade on the A site with Silent across the map here over towards B. Akis only with a 5-7, looking for a gun if he can get one, but he's not going to be gifted any such thing. Wrath is still in the ladder room. They've got a lot of presence in mid here as they wait out the clock to try and figure out what they want to do. A2Z is going to drop down. Hi, Blade. Standing up on top of the urn, pushed up on A ramp. And now A2Z's got this A site, so I think they're probably going to pull over towards that direction. Akis, though, has a free kill on the Shinobi, potentially, who had the bomb, but it's not going to happen. Doesn't come together for him, and again, it will be a save for Silent, as there is no chance of taking this one. And again, he does not want to throw away the AWP.
Yeah, Wrath is moving in to hunt him down, and we already do have Vice sitting in a great position to do that. Damage being done now to Silent, and Wrath moves in to shut the door on Silent's save. Nicely done from E6, and once again, like I was saying, great control, great pacing overall from E6, and it's given them these really clean rounds as they're stacking up massive cash as a result of that. Just take a look at it. 3 players currently post-buy over 10K, with both Shinobi and Whitmer hanging around 5 to 6K.
This is seriously just mirroring what we saw from E6 last night. I mean, it looks exactly the same as their Mirage match. You know, they had like maybe one round early on where things were a bit like awkward, but for the most part, Enigma6 dominated. That was on their CT side, though. On their T side, I mean, they were even more dominant, if that's even if possible. They look really good on their T side, and they're just slaughtering Rush right now. I mean, Rush doesn't really stand much of a chance. It's just pistols in play here and a bit of armor as well. They don't even get a kill this time around, though. So the rounds that were even mildly successful early on for Rush, which were these pistol rounds, are now not even producing a hint of success, as they've only found damage, and it's up to Akis to try and get a kill.
Yeah, Akis may have himself the opportunity, though. Actually, that might have gone away right now. Depends on where ATZ kind of decides to play his positioning. Akis actually has a really strong possibility to just kind of surprise swing out and, well, yeah, basically make that happen. So he executes upon that, and thankfully he gets that kind of perfect range for a 5-7 battle. Eliminates A2Z at the very least. Now, I doubt he's going to go hunting anymore, so it's all on how well he's able to hold off inside of the palace. There's one. He's able to grab that, so he ends up knocking out 2 overall there, but E6 still take the round, and they're not going to be super worried about losing those guys just yet, at least until they start losing a few rounds of their own.
So now if you're Rush, you got to make a decision. What do we got to do to change things up? Because we've had a few buy rounds to try and stop this. And this is usually the point where one of two things happens. You get a timeout, or you get the double AWP. We've seen that with a lot of teams, especially teams on Mirage. But it's not going to happen today. They're going to feel content to work with one AWP. Poor Silent, I feel like he hasn't even really had much of an effort or a chance to use that AWP. Here we've got Blade playing aggressive on the ramp, spams through. He loses his life. Silent has to come back to support, gets to jungle just in time to get caught by a shot. This is another save. I mean, it's a 5 versus 3. The site's been compromised. If they don't find a kill soon, there's no reason going for it, but they do get one, at least one. So it makes it somewhat doable, but I still see this as a save. And you can already see the players backing off.
Yep, everyone from Rush just flushing away into the apartments here. So again, E6, mainly at the hands of Wrath, but certainly assistance from Vice coming in there as well. Just absolutely trouncing Rush down right now here, not even leaving them a whole lot of room to breathe from round to round here. E6 just look unstoppable currently. Like you were saying, it's a lot of what we were seeing from them yesterday, but the big problem is going to be, okay, this is working now against some equivalent level, very low level premier teams and whatnot, or very high level premier teams and low level pro league teams. How well is this actually going to translate into pro league and what, if they should make it through here and get into the next season?
Well, when we were looking at the picks and bans too coming into this, I knew that this was a good map for Enigma 6, but I thought, okay, well, maybe it'll be a first map for Enigma 6, and then Rush will come back in the second. Rush picked Cobble. That's our second map of the night. And I just ran through the results from the last season of Pro League. Rush didn't win it once. Of all their matches on Cobble, they lost every single time. Some of those were 16-2, 16-1, 16-3. Curious pick, to say the least. We'll see if they're going to be able to, do something. Obviously, there could be something at play there, like, hey, this might be a weak map for Enigma 6, which it's not great, but this is not off to a fantastic start for Rush, and I'm starting to look at that second map. If this continues, it could be a quick game. Very quick night for us. But Silent seems like he wants to bring things back here for Rush, as they've lost hope early on, but there's still some light at the end of the tunnel, and it gives them a 5-on-4 to get things going. Wrath, as he jumps off catwalk, sees the top of Ruru's head over the smoke. Good reaction from him to bring us back to an even 4-on-4.
Yeah, so an even 4-on-4 with E6 still trying to set themselves up to get into the A site appropriately here and out. As they push their players around, Wrath is ready to sort of pinch back in, but this is going to be very expected now, I think, from Rush. Doesn't matter, though. Their ability to take these 1v1s continues to shine through. Wrath striking at Stakis knocks him out of the play. Blade down to 8 HP at Ticket Booth, and for Silent and Toy, well, full HP, but again, they have to be very, very cautious. They don't know what exactly this setup looks like yet. Silent finding himself a bit of an open buffet, though, over here towards the connector, and Toy may be able to get a piece of it, too, as he moves in. Does some great damage to players like Whitmer hiding over in the back. Excuse that noise. But Whitmer is now going to go for the plant with Blade, shutting out one kill. A2Z trades it back into another even 2v2. Still having the last two CTs trying to hold outside of connector, and not making a whole lot of progress with getting back in, as they still are going to have to look against this crossfire when they move towards it. Wrath waits, and A2Z taking a lot of the distraction right now, but down's going to go Silent, and Toy will follow suit at the hands of Wrath, with Enigma 6 once again closing out on these close situations in their favor with a 10-1 scoreline.
That kill from A2Z was a bit of crime of opportunity, so they accidentally had two players coming in from connector. Toy misses the jump into window, lands, and they have to send both players in through connector. He misthrows the molly, but it spreads just enough after A2Z plants the bomb to put him back behind Firebox. So A2Z just holds that small little crack between the Firebox, the top, where you can see players coming up from connector and heading towards jungle. So it's just like the way the situation worked out. It just kind of fell into E6's lap. So it was great setup from E6 and a great round from Wrath. Yet again, the development of the young player Wrath has been one of the most enjoyable things, one of the most enjoyable aspects of the regular season of the Mountain Dew League. Aegis playing close towards ramp. You'd think maybe something would happen for him, but it's Wrath to get the kill. None other than the player we were just praising. Vice and A2Z also getting in on the action. Good God. Just like that, the site falls, but Ruer's doing everything he can to give Rush a fighting chance. He, too, though, has been scratched up quite heavily, down to 19 HP, and again, no kit, which puts Rush in a terrible spot for a retake, and Silent hasn't even moved off Cat. It's another save.
Yeah, I don't even think they're going to go for it, even though they can see the bomb. It's just not worth it. Again, E6, it doesn't really seem to matter. They were completely mollied off around the exit to T-ramp, but they still were able to push in and get at least, I think it was 2, maybe even 3 kills before they lost the player there. It was, I think it was they did get the third one, and Ruru did most of the damage after they got really greedy and tried to push past that smoke on steps. But still, I mean, 9 times out of 10 in any normal match, E6 gets crushed there, but they somehow were able to make that work.
One of the biggest things I'm liking from Enigma 6 is seeing how their coach has helped develop them as a team. Just like taking the pieces they have and making sure they work more cohesively. When we first got to see Wrath play at a premier level, he was playing on teams that were pug teams in the name. They called themselves a pug team, like We Pug or L for Salary. These like kind of gimmicky names of teams that were just filled with players who were really good at pugging, just raw, mechanically talented players, but they never really developed beyond that. So one of the things I like about Enigma 6 is that they're taking a player like Wrath and trying to strip away all the negative aspects of that playstyle and make him a more well-rounded player. And you're starting to see him shine big time on Enigma 6. We saw it at the Mountain Dew League Global Challenge when he actually played really well for his first LAN ever. This kid's really young. He's only 15 years old. Jesus. So, I mean, he's got a serious career in front of him if he can keep developing and keep improving. So it does put a little bit of pressure on Garrett, who's the new coach for Enigma 6. But just what I've seen in a very short period of time with them developing him as a team and now the coach coming in as well, I'm really impressed. And I've also seen Vice's playing just jump up astronomically. This is one of the pieces of the old Mortality or Ignite roster. That was Vice, Sick, Ye, Reki, and Paul Newman, a bunch of young players who came out of nowhere. So he too at one point in time was kind of the same player as Wrath, just a young player, underdeveloped, who's now starting to blossom a bit. It's taken him a little while longer, but him and Wrath are really developing into a nice, like, kind of wombo combo there for Enigma6, the two players who are constantly fighting for control at the top of the scoreboard.
Well, moving into the 13th round, with both teams having full investment, Enigma6 are going to look, at the moment here, into a pretty straightforward execute, possibly towards B, but there's a possibility of an A pinch in there, too. As we can see, they're moving in for a little bit of underpass control. Just at the start of the hallway, they haven't actually really started to move towards anything yet. But look at this, again, really great read out from Rush. This is one of the few good things they've had going so far in this half. Has been their ability to set up properly and kind of read into what the T's are executing towards, but still when it came to actual fragging power, this is where Rush have fallen dreadfully short and have left them with this dreadful scoreline. But moving out into mid as they do try to attempt and pinch on this, they'll go 1-for-1 to start it off. Vice finding the entry, but Wrath unable to push himself in from top mid. Is this going to stall E6 as it was looking like they wanted to try and push back up through mid there, but they've now been delayed due to the death up on top here, just leaving this into a 4v4. E6 still did massive damage to a few of these players. They did try to move in aggressively, Ruru specifically at 6 HP, and Blade down to 47.
Even though it's even strength, you got to give Enigma6 the slight nod, the little bit of an edge.
Oh, absolutely.
All things considered. I mean, with the way these rounds have been playing out. Ruru's in the site. He's got 6 HP boosted up on the box. They had someone, it was Toy who was using that box to kind of head peek the players coming through, but they're losing bodies here on this B execute. Toy is still here, but Ruru hasn't struck. There he goes from inside the site. It's all up to Vice,
5
and
seconds.
there's no way he's going to win this one unless he goes for the kills. Oh, man, if Silent had peeked the vent, that could have actually happened. Vice would have aced in an absolutely bonkers round. But Rush managed to get just their second, losing 4 bodies. And really, it was the clock that did the damage.
Honestly, that might have been the end of like the entire best of 3 right there. Silent ended up messing that one up, but he does make the right decision at the very end of that and pulls back his peak. He was starting to shift forward a little bit. If you look at that kind of slowly, you might be able to see that. But thankfully, he holds back, and that kind of saves Rush, at least for now. Still, overall, the scoreline is not looking too great. They now need to carry this consistency forward and at least try to pick up these last 2 rounds as well. With these 6, just spreading their players out. Pretty typical default for the most part here. Probably going to end up with a few of these guys changing up positions a bit, or if it stays this way, now we see these 2 in mid going for top control that you can see. This could lead itself into a very, very straightforward A hit. Just taking mid control. And once you have that secure, then you can start your sort of pinch. But Cat Pressure going to move its way in. And there's very little coverage on it. However, take a look at this downstairs. Wrath able to hold for 1. Whitmore tries to swing for the trade, but it doesn't happen. So Rush will hold early control in mid.
Unfortunately, Vice couldn't really help out there as the smoke was down, but eventually he pushes through on the other end of the connector, and all that Molly's right on Ruru's feet. He has to swing out, and it just happens to work out. A2Z is there to catch him. So Vice throws it and starts to fall off, and it comes down to a kill for A2Z. Toy now, again, in an all too familiar position. He's by himself. The B player now trying to help retake this A site. He's got no supporting cast. He's going to have to go for the lead role. The UMP is all he's got. He's got no utility to try and carve into the site with. It's really just going to be a dry take. There's no reason he's going to save here. This is a devastating first half right now with Enigma6 controlling the lion's share of the rounds. Toy finally making his push in. He's made it all the way to the triple stack. Maybe they think he's saving. I don't think they're going to give him that one. They've got so much money to fall back on. He just wants to grab the op and hightail it out of there and bring that one into the last round of the first half. Even if they can find it, a 12-3 is the best that Rush is going to be able to do from the CT side of Mirage.
Yeah, so obviously Rush really not looking great here, and going into the 15th round, just their buy is going to be pretty poor as well. They obviously saved that up, and it looks like Toy is going to donate an ump over to Silence, so it lets him get armor, but, I mean, most aren't even going to be able to do that, let alone, Blade can't even get him, well, he gets himself half armor, but I was about to say, yeah, Blade can't even get himself, head armor with a 5.7. He has to actually downgrade that armor just to be able to get himself an extra pistol, so it's certainly looking drastic here, and I would be personally very, very surprised if Rush were somehow able to win this last round. E6 holding at the gates of A for the most part here to start out, but it's 3 in Palace. That could be dangerous, though, with the pistols in hand. Akis snipes 2 from up on top. However, Shinobi trades him, preventing him from doing any more damage. That's now this site open, but it's still even into a 2v2. Thankfully, the nade setup from E6 is pretty good and should allow for these last 2 Ts to get themselves set up in a post plant before Rush arrive up to the site.
The Molly misthrow by Wrath gives Silent a little bit of room. He was trying to throw it towards the top of connector, bounces off the wall to top stairs, but at least it covers jungle. He now knows that Silent's here, so he's just going to hold an angle to prevent him from doing much of anything with it. Ruru goes up on top of the box. It's down to a 1 versus 2 with Silent, trying to pop flash his way in. Actually, it's not even a flash. The nade right on top of him. There he goes. Why not? The round ends with Wrath dunking on Silent from a distance. It's a 13-2 first half for Enigma6, and it's getting to a point now where if you're Rush, you're not as concerned about this map as you are the series. If you're getting dominated this badly on the CT side of a CT-sided map, I can't imagine you're feeling all that confident about how things are going to go down on the next one.
I mean, well, you're not feeling confident about it at all. This might just have to be one of those maps where, okay, if you lose out the pistol here and don't even attempt to make a comeback, just let that one aside. There's not really a whole lot to be learned from this. Like I said, their setups were good. It honestly just came down to aim duels. They just, I mean, to put it a bit bluntly, they kind of just sucked a lot of the time in these 1v1s, so they kept losing it, and that kept giving E6 these easy pushes onto the site, as E6 was almost never properly challenged on their takes.
Well, they're going to have a chance to bring this one back. It's going to have to start here. Pistol round does appear to be an A execute from the likes of Rush, and probably just a standard one at that. They've got some smokes and flashes in hand, but there's a 3-man setup here with Vice actually in sandwich. Wrath playing triple. We'll see if he's going to be able to do anything here from this spot. All he has to do is stay alive and distract them all. Vice just shoots them in the back of the head. That's exactly what they wanted to see happen. Vice is going to pick up 2. He wants 1 more, but he's not going to get it. It's going to be Wrath who picks up another one to add to his tally on the round. Akis is the last one alive, and he's pushed past the site, and he made it all the way to jungle. He's got 2 kills as well, but he's only got 3 HP left remaining, and the bomb is down in the A site. It's in control of the CT side. So now Akis is stuck in a really difficult spot between a rock and a hard place. It's a 14th round for Enigma6. That's pretty much game at this point.
Yeah, and I mean, same example holds true now that E6 jump over onto the CT sides here. E6 still winning all of the important opening duels. We only see Rush like trading players back when E6 is at a point where, okay, we have this now. Then they start to push out into the open. They get a little greedy, and that's when Rush is finally able to pick up those few kills towards the end of it. But E6, for most of the opening battle, they control that entire slot there.
I just like to point out right now that it's only 16 rounds in, and Wrath and Vice almost have 50 kills combined.
Yeah, it's insane. Those two,
that's just ridiculous.
They've just been undefeatable in 1v1s. So they've kind of made it for E6 in this map and allowed them to push through pretty easily. Well, we are going to see Rush obviously attempting to force buy into this, since they do get themselves the upgrades. 1-for-1 starts off, but the plan's now been revealed, so they can set up to counter that back out. A little bit surprised actually that Whitmer ends up going back inside of connector there. Basically gives himself up. But still, 3v2 here. A2Z knows Toy stuck in this corner somewhere in connector, so he's really not going to be able to safely push his way back out. The only player that can save this at this point is going to be Silent, who managed to work his way over here behind the crawl space, but now that he's lost his teammate, well, he's got to play a very patient game to try and somehow still win this out.
Silent is in an interesting spot here with A2Z right on the other side of the wall, and it's an easy kill as well. Silent shows you why it's called the murder hole, as it's a 15th round for Enigma6, guaranteeing at least overtime, which I would think is well outside of everyone's thought process right now. Overtime is not something anyone's thinking about. If anything, Enigma6 is thinking, well, what can we do with all this extra time we're going to have after map 2? Because this is going to be a blowout for the first one, and it's going to spill over into the second map. It's got to.
Well, let's take a look at what Rush have to offer us for what could be the last round. Spreading their players out. Probably going to go for early mid control. Wrath already hears underpass pressure, though, so they could expect this default mid attempt take. Since I forget who the second, I can sort of see. Yeah, Toy kind of went hopping around on the steps, so he gave away their positioning there. So they're going to know about this if they went through. They end up canceling that call and are now trying to peek in and toy with the apartments a little bit.
I just hope YouTube is okay with us pushing out XXX content with the way these guys are getting, you know.
Hey.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Rush. It's down to 2 players. It's Blade and Silent versus an entire horde of CT side Avengers. Silent with the Deagle going back to the same place he died in last round. He gets revenge here. Doesn't even get tagged up, but eventually he does get finished off. Blade's the last standing vestibule for hope of Rush, and that's going to be it. A 16-2 defeat, absolutely dominant by Enigma6.
Yeah, I mean, overall, just not a whole lot being shown from Rush. Like I said, the first half we saw some good setups and whatnot, but just almost none of it actually following through into anything at all once we got, you know, into the fighting. So hopefully they're going to be able to take a step back here, kind of reset themselves going into the next map. I don't really think that there was any like huge team-based mistakes or anything like that to learn off of, just a lot of very scrubbed duels, and it made it very easy for E6 to push onto the sites there. So with that said, folks, we are going to go to a short break while we reset ourselves for the next map. It's going to be over on Cobblestone, and as soon as the players have readied up, we'll be bringing it back to you with the second map here between Enigma6 and Rush, the winners match of the ESL Pro League North American relegation event.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Well, welcome back again, folks. It's day 2 here from the North American ESL Pro League relegation event, where we have Enigma6 taking on Rush for the first of 2 available slots. We did have our elimination match go on a little bit earlier, but it didn't really happen because the Foundation ended up forfeiting at 0-2. So Ghost just got a free pass through, which means they're now going to play against the loser of this match for the second and final slot. But we did already see Enigma6 crushing it back on Mirage. They're up with a solid 1-0 lead. And that may follow through to a quick 2-0 here if they can take Cobblestone as well, because Rush just didn't really look like they were all that in it, based on the way that the first map played. I'm here with Bach once again. Bach, do you agree with Rush looking a little bit weak, of course, the first map?
Yeah, I'm not really too hopeful right now if I'm Rush. Just based on what we saw in that first map, it was a really dominant play from Enigma6, consistently winning fight after fight after fight. It wasn't even necessarily that Rush had really bad setups. At times, as that half progressed, we could see them making more and more mistakes. But early on, they were playing all right. They were just getting beaten in almost every single duel. I mean, it was 16 rounds in, and Wrath and Vice combined for 49 kills. I mean, that's just an absurd performance from those two.
Yeah, and now we're going to have to see if that will carry through into this second map now, as we are going live with it. Rush now going to start on their T side with Enigma6. Jumping over to the CT side. Rush not wasting any time with getting their 5 players together for the opening push at the moment. Just splitting their guys up, though, inside of those B halls, and probably going to let them into a default here. I was thinking at first that they would just try to rush onto B, but that's not the case anymore. That doesn't mean we're not going to find themselves an early battle. Ruru and A2Z do trade a few blows, but does not lead to either one getting a kill just yet.
Blade finally takes some damage, though. He's at 73. He's falling back from B main to group up with the rest of the team, who is actually sitting at the bottom of mid double doors. Vice is here, and he's holding the danger stairs. This is a very risky angle. He's going to get overwhelmed in just a second. Somehow he manages to get at least one in the fray. He's still got Shinobi trying to support, and Blade's taking damage from range, but Shinobi can't survive for that too much longer as the players push up from long, and he gets overwhelmed. Meanwhile, though, there was a kill in connector and 2 more in the site. That's Wrath showing up big. Surprise, surprise. Wrath, the young blood, picking up 3 kills on the round. What else do you expect?
Wrath getting those kills from absolutely crazy circumstances as well. Rolls outside of the murder hole there, outside of the shed. I think he kills his first guy either inside of the alleyway or around the APC. Spins down to kill a second guy at the exit to the mid connector, and then another one, the third one and final one up on the site. Very well done from him. Very hard to make that actually happen too, judging from the situation and position that he was trying to work his way out of. So nicely played, and certainly earning E6 their pistol yet again to start off the second map.
This is where they weren't able to stop Rush, though, in that first half on Mirage. All things considered, they did fine. 13-2 But this was the one round that Rush had for a while, was a force buy following a pistol round loss. And Shinobi is playing a very dangerous game here as well. He's got to be careful. Here's the pop flash. The molly goes down, but he doesn't have a chance to pull out his gun. In fact, he's going to lose his teammate here as well. A2Z somehow survives long enough to pick up 1 kill in the fight, but it's down to 2 already. So a bit of a misplay there by Shinobi. Just playing right on the other side of the door. Didn't really give himself too much of a chance. Ruru gets spotted on the edge of the smoke, so it brings us back to a 2-on-2. Wrath and Whitmer both in the same place. Doesn't seem to stop them at all, and they're going to get the retake anyway. So in the end, the kills pile up for Enigma6, more so than Rush, as 2 players will survive with the defuse as well. Still a bit scary, and a little bit scarier than it should have been. A bit of a misplay there by Shinobi and A2Z on the A site.
But indeed, E6 still take control of it, so they're up 2-0 now, but they may not have that early huge economy boost that we saw them getting back on the T side of Mirage. Now Rush has a chance in front of them here. Do they really want to decide to buy up now and attempt to break E6, or would they prefer to wait for the gunner? It doesn't look like they take the gunner route, which very well aligns with what we saw from Rush, not only in the last 2 days, but over the course of Pro League throughout the season. They tended to be a very passively bought team when having that extra aggression may not have hurt them. Beautiful nade as well, tossed in from drop. Look at how much damage it's done. Akis, Blade, Ruru, all get hit somewhere between 30 and 50 damage from it. And their HPs just get wrecked, and I think another nade just hit them all too. But now they're all just basically already primed for the pick in here. Vice and Whitmer having found them, and they end up with a bit of a full house kill spread between the two of them to give an easy third round to E6.
Easy is really the adjective of the day right now if you're Enigma6. That was a fast round, no surprise there. It's armorless pistol, double nade just destroys them. One was over boost and one was off the wall from broken wall, actually I think off the box into the arch there on the B platform. So here's where the rubber meets the road if you're Rush, because their buy rounds did not look fantastic on the last map. This is now their pick. We're hoping to see something, because realistically speaking, we didn't see much from them on Mirage. Silent's going to pick up his op. There's no op in play for the CTs. They're approaching this as a bit of a bonus round. They've got the double ump and the FAMAS, trying to stack up as much cash as possible. If they can find success here, then awesome. If not, they'll have enough to buy up in the next anyway.
Yeah, for right now, Rush just holding their players back inside of those B halls, basically turning itself into a default setup. Normally, they'd be a bit more spread out at this time point, but the smoke at the exit to the approach over towards platform is kind of holding them up and delaying them for a few extra minutes here, a few extra seconds. So is what is causing this kind of group up, and they're going to have to deal with yet another one as they push their way out. Flash is moving in too, so making Enigma6 showing themselves a lot of good control over the situation here and good at running them the timer, but still 50 seconds is plenty of time for Rush to execute, so they're certainly not going to be worried about it just yet. They will need to watch out, however, if these two players coming into A do start to push in and look for a flank against them. Great peek from Whitmer, though, right off the side of the box, destroys Ruru and already puts a bit of a dent in his take. Wrath adding 2 more to the counter there as well.
I mean, that's what Wrath did so well on Cobble in the past with this team. Just popping heads left and right. Silent really can't get anything going with his op either. Blade's the only one left alive, and not for much longer either. Only 1 kill on the buy round here, so play continues on as we've seen already in the last, 20-plus rounds between the first map and now, with Enigma6 dominating Rush pretty easily. And being as they can, they're just going to go back to SMGs here. Vice decides to go with the ump. Shinobi's going to hold on to his. Whitmer does swap out and get that AWP now. So things are looking really good for Enigma6 as they have all night long. Rush is still hitting the brick wall of their defense.
Yeah, I mean, essentially, might as well just try to stack up your cash as best you can here, considering that the CT side can be broken relatively easily, even with large amounts. So they want to try to push up towards 10k plus again if they can get to that point, and they certainly may have an opportunity as that at Rush is rushing their play in towards drop, and at the moment not going very well. Ruru has taken out 1, but that's going to be the end of him, and now all that's left alive is Blade with a measly little P250. He has gotten himself on only this little corner spot at the top of the ramp, so may go unexpected. Tries to move out to impact against Shinobi, but is spotted by Whitmer, and the deny comes in, so indeed they'll only end up with that 1 kill against Wrath.
Speaking of denying, this is something we were saying. This is 3/5 of the old Denial roster, so it's no surprise that Enigma6 has some stability, even though the roster is not, a really old one. That goes back a couple seasons ago when it was Whitmer, Shinobi, Vice, Sick, and Fruit, who finished first in ESCA Premier but lost their relegation match to at the time, I think they were LG. It might have been Winter Fox at that point, which was Lex, Anger, Flowsick, XP3, and, that whole group. So, looks like they might have a chance to make it into the Pro League here, as they're just 1 map away, and they're off to a great start in the second. 5-0 start. Rush really hasn't found anything as of yet. And even the rounds that have been played out have not been very close at all. The only one that was even remotely close was that second round, the force buy after the pistol round lost. They're going to put A2Z up on Humpty Dumpty, as it does appear to be an A play that would work out quite nicely for them. Shinobi heaves a nade out towards long. Right now, the bulk of players for Rush are grouped up in that area. The bomb has now repositioned towards lower mid. This is a repeat of a round we saw not that long ago, with 1 player lurking in from the drop room. That'll be Toy this time around. And that player got eliminated pretty quickly last time. So we'll see if that's going to be a problem again for Rush. But it doesn't even look like Toy wants to lurk at this point. He just wants to group up with the team and make this a team effort towards the A site.
Yeah, Ruru already finding that first entry, however, takes a bit of damage on the way in, so it has opened up a bit of a push into this site. Shinobi way out in the open, and Wrath, excuse me, doesn't get anything going for himself. Akis was the one player that Shinobi was able to take down, but overall the hold seems a little bit disjointed after they lose that first player. So more than likely going to end up looking at a save situation for both Whitmer and Vice, as they don't have any reliable way to get back in, even past the wall here.
I mean, I'm looking at Shinobi in that position, and I just gotta wonder, what are you doing? Like, that's such a strange play to make. He's just standing in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, just right on the Owen.
Yeah, I mean, he's exposed to both ramp and long, and he's trying to watch both spots at the same time when he has a player plywood. So if anything, just get in the corner by Humpty Dumpty and hold long, so that at least you have two players watching long, and then once you get a kill or two long, you can refocus your attention. But instead, he's got no cover from either direction. Instead, he chooses to basically take a fight that's like a 270-degree fight. It's just kind of bizarre and decision-making process there from Shinobi, and part of the reason why they lost the round. Obviously, A2Z needed to do a little bit more from that position, but I didn't see from his perspective. I'm assuming he got flashed out as he died really quickly.
So, putting us into a 5-1 score situation here now. Rush still splitting up into that default with Enigma6 playing heavy towards the B site now. Very heavy. 4 guys in the site. Closest person you have to a rotator is going to be Shinobi, who does move over now if you're not seeing an initial just straight up rush into the B bomb site. The Rush themselves, like I said before, just kind of playing it into a default. They do find themselves a bit of a scrap versus A2Z, but he'll survive. Just push back and still has 20 HP left.
A2Z is going to get up on the turret here and just duck down and hope that they don't check it, because he's very low on HP, just 20 health left here. I would imagine that someone from Rush is going to have the presence of mind to turn to this corner and jump peek it, but they don't. They walk right past. They don't even know. A2Z even sees the head of one player. He's going to see these smokes going up too. Oh, this is a great play. All he has to do is play this right. There's Ruru. There's one, but unfortunately he didn't anticipate the second, so he didn't know that Akis was there. It is going to initiate a rotate over from Enigma6. Could have been a 2-for for him, but instead Shinobi's going to jump into the back of sight, and he sees Akis hiding in the corner. That's a quick kill to bring us back. They've allowed Toy out of the drop room, though. This is the play that we talked about potentially seeing in the last round. Toy's made it into the smoke in the door as well, so it's got the defense awkward, but so's the kills piling up. 28 seconds left, and they're going to pull the bomb back and head towards B. And since they haven't spotted anything in A yet, Vice has sniffed this one out, and he's rotated back towards the B bomb site, moving his way up towards Pizza.
Vice is going to go big here, though. He's still going to be alone. Shinobi's still another 5 to 10 seconds off, and ooh, he's not even able to get the one kill. Does bring him low, however, so Shinobi getting into the site, tries to deny. Very messy spray, however, but he corrects it on the second peek. Bomb should still go down, but he's going to have time to reposition himself, get around the corner, and just take that duel versus Blade to shut it out 1v2 and put E6 back into control, now up 6-1.
And he makes up for that mistake in the previous round, that kind of bizarre positioning that really lost them a lot of control on that A site. He comes back with a 3K here and says, don't worry, guys, I got this. I'll make up for it. And we're seeing a bit more even distribution for Enigma6, at least on the kill charts right now, whereas last map we saw basically Wrath and Vice doing everything. I guess you could say the same thing for Rush, but it's not as good. 3, 2, 2, 2, and 6 for Ruru, who's at the top of the charts. So 6 rounds now. Rush has enough to come back and buy with, and it's actually a pretty strong buy as well, all things considered. You'd think, looking at the rounds, the way they stacked up, they'd be broken here, but not so, given that they did survive with 4 players in round 6. So it will be 5 AKs across the board, no op for Silent this time around, and that might be painful, as Whitmer has got the AWP in his hands, and that's been an interesting duel to watch play out thus far.
Well, Rush now once again propping their players up to try and go for a bit more of a split execution. A lot moving into drop, and that does include the bomb as well. A third player possibly about to move in here too, but Vice might get caught with a nade out. Molly goes back up, and Akis immediately moves into punish. Meanwhile, on the front lines towards A, Shinobi's been able to hold for that first kill, but back over here, you're seeing Wrath try to hold on. Again, same issue though, only getting 1 kill, which puts all the A defense currently into A2Z's hands, holding in the Humpty Dumpty corner now. He's gonna see Akis peek back out, swings in for the second, but Silent punish is there. And that is gonna put Whitmer in the hot seat for the 1v2.
Whitmer wisely swaps off the op. Doesn't matter if that's your best gun. It's a situation that calls for a rifle, and that's exactly what he does. Actually gets caught kind of surfing, stuck on the tire well of the truck there for a second, the APC. Toy is peeking out in sight. Oh, he might have just spotted him, but it doesn't matter. Whitmer beats the duel. So the bomb is planted perfectly for Silent, and that molly is well thrown. He still decides to peek out for whatever reason. Whitmer's going to have to switch out to the USP. Silent's burned off a significant portion of clock, but I think Whitmer's still got this. Yeah,
he's got plenty of time.
I don't understand the play from Silent. He mollies and then keeps fighting. Interesting.
It is a little weird considering he could have just wasted time there, but I don't know. It seems like he maybe had the appropriate angle to shut him down, or maybe he didn't think he knew where he was, because he was like trying to flank that, so that wasn't the initial position he was playing from when Whitmer started to go back in. So maybe he thought he had the element of surprise, but the molly would have ruined that. So it still doesn't explain why he went in and took the duel.
Yeah, I mean, like I have my game audio turned down very low right now because it was like blowing my eardrums out for whatever reason, and I can't hear the bomb ticks that well, so I couldn't tell if he had it. But then I heard it, and I'm like, okay, this doesn't make any sense. Why did he molly so early? Like, why did he molly and then peek on top of that? If you're gonna play that peeking game, do that first.
There was a good like 2 to 3 extra seconds, I think, that he had to get on that bomb. So.
Yeah. Just bizarre play from Silent really cost them the round, but it's 7 now for Enigma6, and the push is coming in towards B. It is going to be Tech9's in play here. They do get at least 1 kill on the push as Shinobi got one first, but the bomb will be planted right on the other side of the wall from Vice, who gets a jumping headshot onto Ruru. And why not? With the way that things have been going thus far, it seems appropriate that Vice would get a jumping kill. 4 players survive for Enigma6, exactly what you would expect given the buyout from Rush.
And so 8-1, Rush are finding themselves a good string of plants. At the very least, they have a pretty consistent run of money going for them. Unfortunately, the one round they did win still brought their losing bonus back down to what is now only a 3 straight. So while they have the money to buy, you know, you're going to see a couple of reductions coming in here. Silent and Toy don't get the greatest amount of utility. Brew has got to go down to a Galil, and even then only gets himself a smoke. Slightly limited, and I mean, just those small little things have led to huge advantages for Enigma6 on both the first and second maps so far. So I doubt that Enigma6 is really going to be too worried when they do detect that this is a full buy.
A2Z again pushed up on long. Molly first, smoke to follow. Nade right on top of it. That nade's going to do decent damage too. Actually goes a little bit past them, so Ruru and Akis could have taken a bit more had he thrown it just 1 second sooner. Still though, this is that setup we've seen pretty much consistently with A presence from Rush and Toy lurking in drop room. So at this point, it's all going to come down to Enigma6 just figuring out where they're going early and then being able to stop it pretty quickly. Because they've seen this look multiple times from Rush. They should know what to expect. It's been one of the few times that Rush has really even found a modicum of success. So you got to anticipate this type of play. And it does seem to be that they are expecting it as they're bringing a third player over to A right now. Although the bomb has started moving back towards Dragonlord. So maybe they're not content with the A play. Maybe we'll see a bit of a fake here from Rush.
A2Z trying to peek in. He may find himself Ruru in a second here as he's hugging that initial right cubby. Timing is going to be a big part of how this potential 1v1 will end up going down. And A2Z actually looks like he got a little bit tired of waiting, so creeping his way around the corner now. There is a cross spray setup if he goes into here, and he's going to walk right into it. Still somehow gets Akis, though, so 1 for 1 is certainly not bad at all, especially considering that the actual players towards B made 0 impact, and they're trying to haphazardly push themselves into the A site to clear the way for the bomb. Ruru finds the initial entry to move into this site, but now Wrath holding on, eliminates the ramp player. Ruru goes down. The other 3 sort of stumble a little bit here, which opens up another opportunity for Wrath to frag back out. Now he moves in. Whitmer cuts off Silent when he tries to push out from the alleyway. And Toy, he's going nowhere. Wrath finds his 3rd kill. Final kill of the round. E6 now up 1-9.
I mean, we're starting to sound like broken records here. I mean, this has just been so many rounds. Let's see, it was 16-2 in that first game, right? So it's now 25-3. The rounds for Enigma6 versus Rush in a best-of-3 series. Just absolutely fantastic work from Enigma6, and Rush just looks lost. They honestly just look like they haven't been playing. If I'm being perfectly honest, you know, when we watched this team play through Premier and work their way towards playoffs 2 seasons in a row, it was a completely different roster, realistically. I mean, it was Toy, Blade, Little Man. They had Haptic at that point in time as well. You know, it was a different group of guys playing under the banner, and they seem to play much better than what we're seeing right now. It's like they've just lost the motivation.
Yeah, and it seems like that loss may send them over to the lower bracket where they'd have to face off against Ghost, which is another very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Very enthusiastic team to try and play off for qualification. And if they drop that one, well, they'll have lost their chance, and we'll have two new teams once again taking the helm for Season 6 of the Pro League, or move-up teams, and no one is going to be able to defend their slot.
I mean, just looking at like a team that made Pro League, then made tremendous roster changes, basically became more of Muffin Lightning than the old Rush squad. You have to wonder how that that long season of playing through Pro League without an org affected the team and the team morale, because it really just doesn't look like the same team. They just don't look as clean and crisp as this team used to look. Kind of feels like everything's just getting a little bit sloppy. And after that first map, we did kind of posit that this could be a possible result, that the team would get frustrated. But look at the play call here. Rush just goes for straight up the middle, hold W, don't stop, go right into the A site. Shinobi doesn't even know what's going on. He's so confused. How are they in connector already? As Ruru gets a kill with the Tech 9, A2Z is even a little bit overwhelmed here on long. This play is actually working out quite nicely here for the boys from Rush.
Yeah, look at this, all this control that they've managed to get control of now. Both Wrath and Whitmer going to try to sort of squeeze their way back over onto this A-bomb site, but Wrath's having trouble just getting himself outside of the shed. Marks the kill, though, and keep in mind, still two pistols in play, so they can rally this back just yet. Wrath with that double kill has brought them back into the fold, and he's on the cusp of an ace now, too, if he can follow it through. Wrath's going to steal that opportunity, but they somehow still make it happen as Enigma6 push up 10-1 with Wrath having a massive 4K.
I mean, what do you even do now if you're Rush? It's almost getting to that point now where you can just like lay back and be like, well, they tried. You know, they make a great play call in my opinion. They just kind of run up the gut, just like a power I formation, just straight up the middle through the defensive line, or lack thereof. But then in the retake, they just didn't have much to hold them off. I mean, it was just pistols, so it didn't really work out well for them. At least they get a bomb plant there, so they're going to have some money, but that's not how they needed to start. They could not afford to lose a player that early on who is still pretty much sitting on full utility. Wrath's going to get one, make it two. There's one more in front of him. It's Blade who drops the bomb, at least so it doesn't go over the edge, water falling into the drop room. But at this point, a 4-on-2 with 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. It's another in a string of successful starts for Enigma6.
Yeah, and Rush, again, based on the track record here, I really don't see them trying to make a comeback in this round. Even so, they're separated too, both Blade and Silent being split up. So Silent, amazing to get hit by this molly, but doesn't matter. Vice just going to roll right up, knock him out. And now Blade with the bomb at the very least, and a decent amount of utility to try and sneak into A. You really only got to win 1v1 to at the very least get a plant down. That's one thing Rush has been at least relatively consistent at, is figuring out a decent number of plants here. Unfortunately, not going to happen this time. A2Z is set up for the push against Blade, and they'll close it out in another clean fashion. Even though Wrath went down, he got 2 kills before doing it, so he recuperates quite a bit of that money, and we'll end up still with plenty left over after the rebuy.
A 10-round lead as Rush are just going to keep buying off the back of full loss bonus at this point, because what else are you going to do? You've already given up so much. And this is starting to go back to what we had said when we saw the vetoes initially. I didn't think that Cobble was really a map that played to their strengths at all. You know, looking at the team, like we said, in Pro League, they did not win a single cobblestone match, at least from what we could see. You could argue that the vetoes just didn't go their way and they picked a map that was best suited for them, or the maps that were left didn't really give them many options, but still, I just kind of wonder how this one squeaks through. First kill is going to go their way, though, as they managed to end Wrath, who was doing a really good job of holding down the drop room. They've made this round winnable, with Whitmer stuck on site behind the statue. He really needed to hit that shot onto Ruru. So it's A2Z rotating over from the A site already. Are they just going to take this bomb A? Yeah, it looks like they're already making that decision.
He messed up this molly, too, now, so look how much damage he's got to walk through.
Oh, my God.
He just
got another one, at least.
Yeah, he just lost like 60 health, though, because he screwed that one up. And he didn't want to wait that long
he could still seal the deal with that second molly if he wants to finish off that last little bit left.
It's got to be tough, though. They're doing a good job of like funneling him in the one direction with that smoke in the doorway, so they should be able to read into this. And he's not being super quiet about it either. Mauling into the default spot, praying that someone's there, but they're not hiding it out. If he somehow wins this, I'll be really surprised based on the way that Rush is set up for it now. But he's going to move in. He's got that first kill at least. Toy's got the info. Just going to play it nice and slow, and he should be able to shut it down. But you'll look for it now. You should be able to hear him crawling around up there. And Toy being really, even like just super passive about this. Doesn't want to take that duel until he knows he has to. It actually might lead to him dying in a second here, but no, he holds on strong, takes out A2Z. He's got to run out of the site now, and he does indeed make it. But there you go. Finally, Rush secures a second round for themselves. Very similar to Mirage. They find it very close to the end of the half.
I think we were actually at the same scoreline when that happened on Mirage, too. I think it was at 11-2 when that happened. But if I'm Rush at this point, I would have almost just rotated to A and then gone all the way back through spawn and gone back to B, just because, you got to find some fun somewhere. It is still a game, and we are supposed to enjoy ourselves. And it's been, if anything, it's been unenjoyable right now for Rush, as they've been getting bodied left, right, and center. And more damage dealt early on, as this time they're going to go with the boost up. Wrath's going to go up and over the top. So no position holding in E-box or window. He's just going to keep that fight going too, and he actually does really good damage to Aegis. I think he dinked him almost immediately, just struggled to find a follow-up shot. So that'll give some semblance of B control right now for Rush, as they've taken out the man responsible for holding the drop room. And they've still got to concern themselves with Silent here on this A site as well. So pretty decent setup right now for Rush if they were to try to take either side of the map.
Yeah, Rush have that open opportunity. The thing is, though, is there is a few positions here from E6 which could really mess them up. They don't have great coverage on rampants or on the platform push itself, so Whitmer or someone else could very easily push in. And in a second, you're probably going to see Shinobi's position come to fruition here. And even A2Z in a good spot. Oh, Shinobi caught looking the wrong direction, though. Timing works out for him terribly, so he's just going to get decked by Aegis. And now it's a wide open A-bomb site. A2Z, actually, he's going to get caught by Ruru, but he just barely gets blind coverage in time. Looking to recover in the duel, but he can't do it, so Ruru comes out on top, and that should seal it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a save. There's no reason for them to go for this. You thought for a second with the way that they were playing, they knew that there was a player trying to at least gain control of drop, as A2Z was positioned holding the window for the longest time, even after they had taken the A site. But after a few seconds of them actually having control, he starts to move back towards A, and at that exact moment, you can see the player get out of the window and get the flank play in connector. So, third round for Rush. Maybe some light at the end of the tunnel after all, but it's still two players surviving, and one of those players has the AWP. Even though it hasn't been the most amazing performance, so to speak, with the AWP, it's been a lot of rifle kills for Whitmer. It's still a player you would like to take out of commission. I don't think they're going to be able to get there in time, though, and even Vice is in a good spot to shut them down if they go on the hunt. There's Aegis being finished off by Whitmer's AWP, so one more player taken out. The final round of the first half is about to be played live here, 11-3. I mean, that's just absurd. It's a really strong CT side performance from E6.
Yeah, and once again, it's not really looking like there's going to be a whole lot of room for Rush to try and bargain this back in a second half scenario right now. Rush themselves up to a full buy, so they do have that chance. If they can bring it to 11-4 and win the pistol, okay, great. They're back into this match, 7-11, great battle to go out there. But they need to secure this round on the pistol. If it goes 12-3 again, I mean, even if they end up winning that pistol, it's still going to be quite a few gun rounds before they're really back in the game. It's just, Rush just have to win out for at least the next 5 or 6 rounds for them really to have a chance. It starts off well, though. Guru moving in, finding that kill on Wrath. A set defense is relatively weak. They've driven that wedge between the two, remaining groups of CTs here now. And they don't even actually realize that it is a full pinch just yet. So both A2Z and Whitmer trying to push their way back in. Whitmer has himself a double lineup, only able to secure 1 kill before being traded back out. A2Z looking for a double of his own, but he too will only get 1, bringing us down to a 2v2. And it's full rotates needed for both remaining CTs in order to actually retake this.
This has been a bit of a problem point for Rush. If you look at the scoreboard, you can see just how many rounds it's been Enigma6 retaking. They've really struggled, and this A site was where they were finding most of their success getting that bomb down in general. Vice and Shinobi both retaking. Shinobi moving up from mid-ramp, and it's Vice to come in from the balcony. Good work from Toy, though, just covering Silent from the broken wall, and now that puts a lot of pressure on Shinobi. He has no idea where that second player is. Great work, good positioning from both Toy and Silent as they win the final round of the first half. So 11-4 on a map that many people argue is T-sided. Enigma6 starting on the CT side doesn't appear to hurt them at all. So a 7-round advantage as we move into the second half. And as we saw in the first map, pistol rounds are very successful for Enigma6. They've won all 3 played out thus far.
Yeah, like I said for Rush, though, like I said, they won that last round, so 11-4 is certainly recoverable. It's not going to be the complete end of the world for them. If they can win this pistol and not get immediately ecoed by E6, then they'll be in an okay spot to try and round at least a little bit of a comeback here, try to fight it out and scrap for this last map to take it to a third. We are reset, though, and now we are going to get into the second half with Rush now on the CT side and Enigma6 playing for the T's.
Keeping my eyes on Wrath in this pistol round. We've seen just what he can do in the last few, as he was pivotal, as was Vice, in all of these rounds. It's where the mechanical skill really shines. Silence, the only player on A, going with a heavy B stack right now, but there's only one guy for the opposing force. It's Shinobi in position. Flashbang goes over the wall to allow a peek, but right now, Silence falling off of long. They do get that kill on Shinobi, and that's going to be an indicator. Okay, there's nothing else here right now. I would imagine soon we'll see a player rotate over, and there's Ruru. As they hear the smokes come out, he's making his way into connector. He's going to get there just in time to drop into the back of sight, but Silent doesn't even need the help. He's going to pick off the first one, but now they've lost control of the site, and Ruru goes down by balcony as well. The bomb will be planted for long A, and it will be a retake on the A site with one player moving in from balcony and two now flanking around from lower ramp, or from ramp and mid double doors. Whitmer hears the footsteps, somehow lets them pass, doesn't realize there's two here, and gets bested in the end. So it does come down to just two. Vice and A2Z both trapped on the site. Actually, Vice has repositioned. He's now underneath the balcony over by the APC. Good shot onto Blade to drop him down very low. He's trying to finish him off, and he's running out of ammo. A2Z, meanwhile, has picked up one more kill, and it's a pretty easy round in the end after all those kills pile up. For Enigma6, two players do survive, and surprise, surprise, another pistol for E6.
What is that? That's 4 for 4, right? I don't think we lost a single one.
That's correct. Yeah, they only lost the eco rounds afterwards, so this is the round to watch right now if you're Rush.
Yeah, and this is really Rush's last chance if this goes forward. I mean, they're obviously going to have the one more gun round when Enigma6 gets up to 14, but I don't really have faith of Rush running a 10-round comeback at that point to try and take it in regulation or even overtime, should we go through to that. We'll have to see, though. 4-man stack on the B site. They've picked their positions right again. Just like I was saying back over on our last map, they were able to get at least that read properly going. Now they need to win out on these opening duels. That's what was killing them so hard back on Mirage when they were in the same situation.
Just got to be careful here if you're Enigma6. Play things slow. Don't get overwhelmed by pistols. Couple's got a lot of CQC, like Danger Stairs, Drop Room. You know, you've got the Anti-Flash and the Cubby on Broken Wall. So just play things slow, feel things out, and work as a team. Make sure you don't get overwhelmed by these 5-7s, because you know they're going to be there, playing in these close positions. You've got two players actually in Drop Room right now with Ruru staring straight up into the sky with that CZ75. He's got Akis holding his back from E-Box as well. Over in the Cubby, which is a really good position since the map changed where they bumped it out and made it a little bit deeper. We've got Blade, Toy inside with the Deagle, and then the solo player on A is Silent with the Scout. There has been a bit of damage dealt to the T side, with Vice being dropped down to 85, but most of the damage dealt thus far has been towards the CTs. They've lost a player in drop already. That's Wrath, who was coming in from Sidewalk, but there's Toy and Blade to chime in with two of their own. A2Z finishes off the two damaged up players, but just like that, it spins back on its head. It's going to be Shinobi versus Silent. It's Scout versus Up, and there it is. The Scout hits the body of Shinobi and closes out the round. It's not the first time we've seen Rush do that, but this round is the one they seem to struggle with. They can get that force buy, but they just can't get the round that follows.
Yeah, so Rush just barely able to hold on to that situation there. A few whiff shots at the very end by E6's last player, and they are not able to secure themselves the round. Very well could have just won them this set, at least in my eyes. But regardless, E6 is going to give that respect over to Rush now. They'll not immediately force buy into the third round to try and get revenge. They're just going to save up here and probably try to buy either in the next round with a little bit of forcing needed, or just half buy into the fourth round and then fully go for it afterwards. Slow start here, though, from both teams. Rush is obviously putting their usual amount of aggression out from the B site. Toy trying to play with the steps a bit, but this is something we generally expect for E6. They are holding back, waiting for their opportunity, but when it comes, Whitmer misses the shot, and that will allow for them Rush. This is to gain the 5v4 advantage.
Pistol's really not working out well here for Enigma6 off the start. They try to go into the drop room. Ruru's right around the corner. And despite having an MP9 at point-blank range, he gets overwhelmed by the Tech 9. They're doing pretty decent damage. Vice starts spamming through the door. Blade swaps out guns. And there's the MP9 picked up by the other side. Now they found themselves an AK as well. Shinobi had to double back to grab the bomb, and now he's trapped on the other end of the door. Do they realize he's still here? They didn't seem keen to push through it. Had he just held for a little while longer, it would have been interesting to see how Rush responded to that, as they had no vision of the bomb site. So I don't think they knew that he was in that spot. But still, it's a 12-6 lead for Enigma6. I don't think they're really sweating yet. It's going to be one more round of pistols before they're able to buy, and a lack of a bomb plant isn't going to help them at all either.
Yeah, now taking a look at Enigma6 here, they are just going to go into the half buy for this 4th round, like I was saying before. So saving up here. I mean, even with the damage they did in the last round is not bad either. You can already see the reductions coming in on the Rush side. 2 SMGs being played out here, and early on they're able to actually push Blade back, but Blade returned that damage, and now Silent's going to move with a Molly. Molly misses the Blade, still getting that first set of kills, traded back by Whitmer, but Silent now taking command of the situation here. He gets back that great control, and A2Z and Shinobi both at low HP, trying to make a haphazard attempt to get up onto the site, but nothing works its way through. Silent ends up with a 3K, and Rush get themselves their 7th round for the map.
Here comes the buy up, though, for Enigma6. And when it was rifle versus rifle, we saw time and time again where Enigma6 was able to just claw their way to a victory, even when it didn't make any sense for them to be able to do so. We're talking severe favor towards Rush in around like a 4 versus 2. And we even saw, you know, what was it, Vice almost aced with like 8 seconds left on the B site. He almost got a 2 kills with a 180 spray transfer onto Silent, who was playing in the vent with the op. I mean, we saw rounds like that where were so close to being Enigma6's. Even still, that should not have happened. But here, nothing happening early on. A minute 30 left on the clock. The bomb's been dropped. We've got Wrath pushed up pretty far, but he's just holding on the edge of that wall, not willing to go past it. And there's a Molly right on his tracks, forces him out of position. Now he's going to have to take a fight with Toy, and he's going to win it. So now he's going to stick around just a little while longer and see what else he can find in this spot.
Yeah, he's going to be supported by Vice now, too, as they were watching out to see if anyone from the CT side would maybe attempt to push back up the steps for revenge, but not looking likely, at least not for the timing that E6 is looking into it. Although they have moved both Aegis and Ruru up to this point of the map now, so they may be able to hold and find this kill after all. Aegis has actually found himself a slight one-way through this smoke, and he impacts on it by getting that first kill. Almost chased back by some of the players from E6 that are still on this ramp, but he survives for right now with 14 HP falling back. Still going to be in the open, though, where Vice is going to take him down and then follows it through with the second. Eliminates Ruru. Now up to Blade and Silent, the A players, to hold off this 2v4 and still make it happen. Silent with a nice find. Catches Wrath on the sidewalk. Blade almost already in position to start this flank as well. So Rush have a real chance at this.
I like the play from Silent there. He gets the kill and falls back through the smoke, not wanting to push the fight past that Molly that was doing some damage to him. Waiting for his teammate to get into position. They clear out the drop room, and Blade's now going to work his way towards the broken wall. Nice shooting onto A2Z as well, who had the lineup, but now so much clock has expired, and he tries to heave a flash over the wall to move up closer. It's another 3K for Vice. I'd love to see how many that's been tonight, because it's been, I'd say it's at least 5 probably, considering his stats on the first map, and even here doing well as well at 19 and 10. Again, him and Wrath right at the top. 19 for Vice, 21 for him. It's a 13th round for Enigma6. Rush get kind of broken to a certain degree with that one, so it's going to be umps in play here in 2 M4s. If they lose this one, they have very little money, and I mean, that kind of seals the deal. So Rush have their back against the walls here with Enigma6 trying to fight towards a victory.
Yeah, Rush just, again, gambling with their stack primarily over towards B. They're going to put 4 of their guys in to defend both drop and out on the site. They got 2 in drop as well, which is a little bit more common nowadays. But E6 may decide to send players into it regardless. You can see Wrath trying to test against a counter boost or something like that. So now he's going to be... Actually, it looked like for a second he was maybe going to try to take advantage of that smoke since it was still being tossed onto the ground, but decided against it and is just back to watching for counter boosting. Meanwhile, the rest of E6 were making plans to try and push in towards A-Long, but they've kind of cammed those as well. They're now slowly shifting back to get into the B halls, and more than likely just end up just going straight out onto that site.
Ruru right underneath the drop room with that UMP. Really good gun in this position, given that CQC, which is something we've already highlighted about the map. Vice heaves a molly out to the cubby. There's no one there. Toy's actually playing on the stairs. He, too, is using the ump. He gets spotted by Wrath, I believe. It looked like Wrath saw him, but I'm not so sure. As Wrath goes into the corner to throw the flash, there's the molly, but it's actually off the mark. So he's going to be able to use the flames for a bit of cover, as Vice couldn't move up far enough to really get that angle he needed. Still, though, they've lost control of the site. Aegis is playing pizza. Whitmer peeks out, loses his life. So the bomb is going to be planted, but it's not going to be great numbers right now. for the boys on Enigma6, and in fact, it comes down to one player and one player only. It's going to be Wrath, who runs out of ammo in the magazine, has to switch out to the Glock. It's a great shot on the Blade, but it's still the round for Rush regardless.
That was a dirty kill on the Blade. He gets the triple tap on the Glock. You almost never see that kill actually work out, let alone just completely destroy a player. So very well done indeed. Rush, however, do indeed still win it out, up 8-13. 5 rounds to go until they tie it. And they may get themselves one with a bit of a relatively easier path to claim it this time, since E6's money is not looking too great, and they may just end up half-buying into this round.
You're not really feeling the pressure yet if you're Enigma6,
They
but
force buy.
yeah, I don't necessarily think they had to, but I guess they're just feeling really confident with the way things are going. They also know that they've got Rush in a rough spot with their money, where if they can win this one, Rush won't have any cash left to buy. So I guess I understand the play. It's kind of like, we can afford this more than they can. Like, we can afford losing this round more than they can. Even if Enigma6 loses this round, if they take 3 players out, I'd still consider that a bit of a success, as it doesn't allow Rush to recover, and that money's going to be pivotal for a potential comeback here. I mean, they're not going to be able to do much of anything if they lose one round and get reset.
Well, Akis picking up 1 kill at the very least here, and E6 just trying to slowly push players out one by one. It's really not working. Toy getting himself a nice double from up on top of Plaid. Akis, A2Z so far is the only one that's been able to hold on. He'd have to ace it now to clutch this one out for his team, but I highly doubt that. Everyone from Rush has pretty much rotated over here to the site, so they're ready to hold that back off, and A2Z just hoping for a lucky opportunity to eliminate 1 or 2 more players before he more than likely will eventually go down.
Yeah, 47 HP. He's just doing what he can
Good
here.
molly.
He actually mollies out Blade. Yeah, a lot of damage dealt to Blade, who was behind the statue. So Blade drops the smoke. At least he knows that Blade's still here. Blade can't really do much of anything. If he wants to see A2Z, he's going to have to peek out a little bit wider, at which point he'd be taking a long-range duel with an AK versus an UMP. 25 seconds left. All they have to do is burn clock here. At this point, I think that A2Z should consider just holding on to this AK if possible, but he still seems like he wants to go for this one. He's not really willing to give up the round. Never give up, never surrender. Goonies never say die. But apparently he does die anyway. So the round goes the way of Rush. All 3 survive. He's not able to take one out with him. And it should be a save here from Enigma6.
Yeah, I believe their money's going to be run a little bit too dry here now, so they're going to end up on relatively light pistol purchases. P250s for most action. I think there's 1 Deagle in the play there. I thought I saw one. Yeah, there it is. It's on Vice. So they'll have that, but other than that, it is just going to be P250s across the board, and Rush should have themselves a 10th. So getting closer around, they might start to get a little bit of that confidence back. They did kind of dead back on the last map and for parts of this map, but it seems like they're kind of coming back into the fold here as they've been given a second chance to maybe win this map and take it to a number 3.
Nade lands right in front of Vice, but he dodges it for the time being. Deagle firing shots off towards the back of B platform, where he's got Toy dodging said Deagle bullets. 2 players grouped up at A, 3 over towards B, and they've actually already got 1 in E-box, so they've got Akis looking the other direction. This could work out really nicely here, as Wrath says hi with his P250 at point-blank range, puts the barrel against his temple. Meanwhile, at the broken wall, Vice moved up to the edge of the smoke, but decided to back off. Wrath was not able to find the rifle that he dropped out of Akis' hands, but he's still in this position, and he's trying to do damage here. Ruru takes the fight, and that aim punch is going to prove to be a seriously devastating factor for Wrath in this battle between the two. However, they've lost control of A, so they're now going to get that bomb across and try and get it down, and they do escape. So Vice, I thought for a second Vice had it. He just narrowly gets tagged through the door as he makes it into the site. Wimmer gets the bomb planted just in the nick of time. So it is going to be some money here for Enigma6, but Rush is finally going to cross that double-digit line, something they struggled to do in the first map.
Yeah, I mean, overall, right, for basically a full save on Enigma6, that's still a pretty good round. They get a plan, they get 2 kills. I mean, they're not going to completely break the CT economy anytime soon, but at the very least, they are going to be able to bring that money down a little bit lower. It's still at a really kind of controllable point. Rush is getting an excess, so they're still going to be good for probably 1 more buy after this if E6 does immediately win this next round with no saves, which is also another kind of unlikely possibility. You'd imagine at least 1 or 2 players from Rush would be able to get out of there unless it comes down to a really close clutch, but we're going to find out a lot of that in just a second with E6 being back on the buy and early on here just splitting into basically what's going to turn into a default.
E6 can't fumble this one away at this point. This is for Pro League. You only need 3 rounds, and you've needed only 3 rounds for quite some time. You had a great first half. It's time to cross that finish line. Toy takes damage with Vice as these two get into a fight early on. But I mean, there's still a chance for Rush to bring this bone back. It wasn't looking like it at first, but now it's starting to become possible.
It could just be the pressure mounting on Enigma6 too. I mean, we already know the tale of what happened the last time most of this roster, as you're mentioning, was together and was in the same position for under denial. So they have that going against them too. But moving back in, a 1-for-1 trade to start us off on the push there. Vice adds a second to the counter. Now the A-Long players are going to try to push their way back in. Holds for that first kill. Blade with a second, evening it into a 2v2, but Wrath strikes back, eliminating Silent, and now leaving Blade up on the clutch.
Yeah, Vice doing what Vice has been doing all series long, all playoff long, all relegation long. I mean, he just single-handedly wins the round. When Enigma6 is struggling, it seems like Wrath and Vice are kind of the fall guys. They can just kind of lean back on those two and rely on them to carry them out of a situation that they don't deserve winning. So Vice gets an opening kill on B, gets a few more, finds a 4K in the end. But that play from Silent on A almost won the round for Rush had it not been for the fact that Vice was doing the exact same thing on the opposite end of the map. So it's a 14th round for Enigma6, but at this point, Rush's money has stabilized just enough to guarantee a few rifles being picked up. There's still at least one SMG user. That'll be Akis, who carries the ump. They are lacking in the kit department, so depending on where Toy dies, that could prove to be problematic. He's currently playing in the back of the B site, so if they get a kill on him and then the bomb goes A, it's well out of reach. It'll cause Rush to have to live by their name and charge into the site to try and get a retake.
So, taking a look at E6 and how their plan is going to evolve. More than likely, as we've been mentioning here, you are going to end up looking at a bit of a drop split, but that's been delayed quite significantly by yet another smoke, and a missed molly from Shinobi is actually going to cost them quite a bit of cash here. Thankfully, they still have like 3 or 4 more, so I highly doubt they're going to be missing them just yet. Shinobi, though, still kind of watch out proactively for the counter boost, but he has missed his Q with Akis boosting over top. Shinobi finally getting himself into the battle, but Akis closes out against him. And once again, Rush off to the advantage, and E6 just completely flutter outside of A-Long entirely, and are now back in those B halls.
Vice is doing what Vice has been doing for most of this game here, lurking towards B. Meanwhile, Whitmer picks off one over towards A. Vice catches Toy going across the stairs after a pop flash was there to lead him in, but it's A2Z to actually find the frag. Ruru's still here. Flashes are coming in from the door, and that's a big kill to pick up as they drop both Vice and Wrath, and now it's down to just a few seconds left on the clock. A2Z's got to clutch it out from the site, at least secures the bomb plant, which again will give them a little bit more money to fall back on, a bonus $800, but it's an 11th round for Rush. So we're not quite through this game yet. Rush survive with 3 players, again, guaranteeing some money moving forward in case Enigma6 does get that 15th round. They will be able to buy back off the amount of money they've been building up here.
But Enigma6 is in another kind of bad crossroads here in terms of their buy. Like, Shinobi really can't afford anything, so they can probably half buy for everyone except Shinobi, but that's really going to be it. They do need a full save here, and that's going to give Rush another round to get back into it. Very inconsistent pattern of winning from E6 is kind of killing their economy and not letting them consistently buy, even with the plant that they just got out of the last round. So you can expect probably nice and slow lead up with probably just an all-in execution at the end of it to try and find themselves into their plant.
It looks like they're just going to go with the B stack here. A lot of players trying to get through the drop room. Toy was ready to throw a molly, but after he saw that first player, he decides to fall back instead, not knowing how many are going to be there. So now they waterfall out, trying to get into the window, and they actually get past him with the ump, but there's still one more supporting in connector. That's Silent, who, it's a sloppy spray, but he gets it all together in the end. He even takes some damage from his team. The only remaining player is Vice, and he too will not find much success. He was the only one on the round to actually get a kill, but a pretty easy shutdown there for Rush.
Well, Enigma6 are coming back into it once again here. One of the few good things that they have going for them now, despite their deteriorating lead, is the fact that they've kept Rush's economy in a pretty decent place. Like I've said before, really low money overall, so you are still going to be looking at a few players having to scrap by in the event they wipe the board clean. But they need to do that. We need to see that dominant Enigma6 that we were seeing on the first half that seems to have just suddenly vanished on the T side. Again, they'll open up with a nice slow default. Probably not going to see a whole lot of combat for the first 20 to 30 seconds of the round. Smoke's being deployed to the box. We'll give them a little bit of room to push up onto the platform at B if they would like to, but they find their first kills over at drop. Over-aggressive, though. Raffle is going to find himself to B. As he continues to push into the transition room, Ruru is just going to trade that back out and bring it down to a 4v4, causing most of Enigma6 to once again abandon the B push, and now look for options towards the mid connector.
I kind of feel like this is just the same look we've seen from Enigma6 for several rounds now. They just keep doing the same thing. Wrathworks connector, this is their default, but it's not working. So you have to find an alternative play. Like what we saw from Rush in that first half where they just barreled through mid, just charged into the A site completely, like full reckless abandon. And it worked out. Obviously, they lost the round. They lost the retake. But the round itself, the idea was solid. Here, though, they've actually managed to get all the way up mid without anyone noticing they're there. So now they're going across into the site, and down goes the only player that was here. It's actually Blade, who is playing towards long. Silent has been pretty solid on this A site, but he was playing towards B this time around. A2Z's in the back of site, playing by daisies, watching for the drop-in from the balcony. And they've got a player positioned on long as well. That'll be Whitmer with the op, watching the vent room. This setup is actually really good right now for the boys on Enigma6. It's all going to come down to a matter of time. A2Z just needs to hold his ground in this position as they finally flood out from that area. Whitmer trying to do what he can. A2Z misses the shot. Toy leaps around the corner. That's a good kill for them. But there's Shinobi in the back of sight, and Whitmer gets 2. That's exactly what Enigma6 needed. It's a 15th round for them, and they can collectively breathe a sigh of relief as they have at the very least guaranteed overtime in a game that I would not have expected to even consider overtime as a possibility.
The rebuy, though, is going to be a little bit, it's going to be slightly scrappy, but not as bad as Rush ends up being. I mean, both teams have a relatively good buy. The unfortunate thing is that Rush do have to go down to a UMP on Ruru. But still, UMPs, as we very, very well know and probably hate, are quite powerful guns. So that's not really going to restrict him all that much, assuming he plays in the right position. And over here towards drop, it's not going to be a bad place to do it. Look at Enigma6, that is rushing their way up into the A-bomb site, barging in through mid-connector. Blade didn't even know how to react to it at first, but now he falls back and is immediately taken down. The timing on the push from E6 is just perfect. Now as they move back in, Akis and Ruru will try to jump into the fray. Ruru so far getting that only kill. Akis adds 2 more to the counter, evens the fight, but doesn't last much longer after he gets those kills. Vice will take him down. Everything falls to Toy now.
This is where the pressure really builds on you if you're Enigma6. You know just how much weight is on this right now. Whitmer looking the other direction, and Toy sees the barrel of the gun. Toy is playing this beautifully. Oh, he actually whiffs at first on the first few shots, but now they know where he's coming from, and it's come down to Vice and Toy. Surprise, surprise, these two players were duking it out on B so many rounds in a row, and there it is! It will be Enigma6 who qualify for the next season of ESL Pro League. Who other than Vice to get the last kill? He was basically the man of the match for Enigma6. You could argue that Wrath was right in that position as well, but a great performance from those two players is what carried Enigma6 to this point, something that Whitmer, Vice, and Shinobi were denied many seasons ago. They finally got back here.
And so off of that, Enigma6 is going to be able to claim our second of the 3 new available slots for Season 6 of the Pro League. Congratulations to them. We do have one more to decide, though, but you'll have to wait until tomorrow for that one. It's going to be the loser of this current match, which is now Rush, facing off against Ghost Gaming, who got a 2-0 forfeit win in their elimination match today against the Foundation. So the Foundation is now out of the running. We have one more slot left to claim, and it is going to be Rush taking on this new challenger to be able to try and claim that for the next season. That's going to be tomorrow, though. I believe that does close us out for this evening. So, Block, anything else you'd like to add here before we do shut it down?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I mean, good work from Enigma6. Another premier team makes it into ESL Pro League.
Absolutely, and it'll be interesting too to see how Wrath moves forward. I think we were talking about it in our chat here, but he actually might be one of the youngest, if not the youngest player ever to move up to the Pro League. So that should be interesting to see how that plays out. But we'll find out who our second and final team is going to be tomorrow, folks. So be sure to rejoin us for that. That's it for today, though. So thank you all very much for tuning in.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Kinguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Kinguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.